turned off my display capture. There we go. All right. Hey, how's it going? This is Dan from Modular.Dev, and I'm here with my good friend Aiden, who is he's going to school for programming. How's it going, Aiden?
Hi, nice to talk to you, Dan.
So yeah, we're here with Aiden, and we're going to be going over a .NET conference. And basically, this is the release of .NET 5. And hello, we got some people on the chat, so good to see you. So yeah, the .NET conference is today. They're going to be releasing .NET 5. This is a day that I've personally been waiting for a very long time. I've been using the preview releases of .NET 5 in a lot of my programs that I've been writing, so I can finally get off preview, which will be great. So before we get started, or before they get started, they're going to start here in about 10 minutes. I think I've linked the .NET Conference .NET link in the description below. I'll also post it in the chat. Let's see if I can do that. Can you see if you can get that in there, Aiden? I'm not quite sure.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know. Chat isn't working for me at the very moment. But yeah, we'll get that link in there. Yeah.
Just want me to send the .NET Conference website link?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, that sounds good.
So as far as the schedule for today, they've got the keynote. All right, there it is. It's in the chat now. Thanks, Aiden. They've got the keynote, and we're gonna watch the keynote. We're gonna go. We're gonna keep the stream running, but we're gonna kind of have a, a placeholder video during that. We encourage you to check out the keynote. We'll be back after that's over to discuss some of the things that they went over, and then after that, we're gonna do the same thing. We're going to watch the What's New in C#. We're going to watch the talk for Trailblazers for Blazor in .NET 5. And then we're going to come back and talk about some more things kind of while they're going over these things. So if if you're doing Blazor, if you're doing C#, I encourage you to come in here. We'll be talking about it and ask anything that you want to ask. We'll try to get some code demos as much as we can. And yeah, I think it'll be a good time. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, same here, Dan.
Yeah, for sure. Aiden, what are you looking forward to out of all these different things today or tomorrow? Is there anything that you're looking forward to specifically?
Yeah, I'm interested in the keynote. It says there's some demos and some special guests. I'm interested in watching those. Also, just as a new kind of fresh Blazor developer, I like to see what they're adding to .NET 5 with Blazor and C#. So, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to all that. On the side, I'm also kind of interested a little bit into F#5. I don't do a whole lot of F#, but it's kind of an interesting technology to me, an interesting language, so that I'll be watching that for sure. ML.NET is a big one. But of course, for me, the big ones, as we talked about, Blazor and .NET 5, and another one right here too. So lots of good stuff today.
Yeah, just a little side note here. What specifically are you looking forward to? Do you think they're going to talk about in the Blazor conference?
Well, I'm very interested to see kind of what they've been doing in the preview releases. So preview 8, preview release candidate 1. I'm guessing they're going to go over that, which I already kind of know a lot about that. I've actually done videos about that. Won't you have copyright strike? We won't be filming the video itself. I'm gonna encourage you all to go watch that video. We're just gonna kind of have a placeholder video here. We won't actually have any copyright issues, I hope, with that.
No.
So yeah, as far as what I'm looking forward to in Blazor, I'm looking forward to seeing the things that they've already talked about with the preview release, but also what's their plans for .NET 6. I hope they talk about that a little bit, because .NET 6, the first preview release of .NET 6, I would assume is going to be coming out within a month or two, or maybe 3 after .NET 5 is released. They'll probably have some kind of patches for .NET 5, things they didn't think of, bug fixes, that type of thing. But I would think .NET 6, the first preview release, will be coming out hopefully the beginning of next year. So I hope they talk about that a little bit. I don't know when they would talk about that. Maybe they'll talk about that. Maybe Steve Sanderson will talk about that. He's really, really brilliant. He's kind of one of the main ones kind of leading that. So yeah, hopefully they've come up with something like that. Um,
All right.
yeah, and so we got it up. We got about 5 more minutes before they start. So again, I encourage everybody to jump on and watch the keynote. Like I said, we'll be kind of going over some keynote things that we saw during this next section here. But if you want to watch the State of the Foundation, then just keep watching them, and we'll just kind of provide whatever information we can. And I encourage everybody watching to ask us questions. And let's just get some dialogue going. What kind of things are you interested in what they're talking about today? And what kind of things are you interested in the future for .NET? So I think it'll be great. Also, I do want to mention that later on today, at some point, we'll be kind of previewing our .NET, our Blazor content management system. It's something that I've been working on for a really long time. As a Blazor developer myself, and it's something that I've created to make it easier for Blazor developers to write web apps or websites and use a content management system for that, so that way their customers can edit the content after it's gone live. So I'm very excited to talk about that at some point today. I'm not exactly sure when we'll get a chance to do that, but we will make sure we do that so that you can see what we're cooking up here at Modular.Dev, and hopefully you can use that along with Blazor to create some cool stuff. So yeah, what else is there? I know we got just a couple minutes left. If anybody else on the chat has anything that they want to make sure to cover today, we'll make sure to cover that. Otherwise,
Yeah, just one little side note here. We also recently created a Discord server for the Modular.Dev community. You can help you answer questions you have related to developing any sort of issues. Kind of a community for like-minded people who are interested in Blazor or .NET. So yeah, the link to that is in the description. You guys should really go ahead and check that out.
yeah, thanks. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something that I'm really looking forward to as well. Especially as people start using Blazor more. I mean, Blazor really just came out officially this year in March, I think, with the 3.2 release of .NET. And now with .NET 5, it's kind of a first-class citizen, so to speak, in terms of its interactions with the .NET community, I guess. So there's going to be a lot of people new to Blazor that I'm looking forward to helping with their projects. And we have other things on there too. We got C# and we got general web development. But yeah, if you're interested in talking about those things, definitely join our Discord server. Right now, we're just starting it out, but we're going to get that going pretty active here pretty soon. So I encourage you all to join that. I think that's about it. I want to make sure that we don't go into their presentation, so I'm going to cut probably a little bit early here.
Yep.
And we posted the link to the .NET conference in the chat, so make sure you go over there and maybe come back when you are done watching the keynote, and we'll talk about it. So, all right,
Yeah.
we'll talk to y'all later.
Yep, sounds good. See you later.
Hey, how's it going? It's Dan from Modular.Dev, and today we're going to talk about using JavaScript in Blazor. So, I apologize in advance if you were trying to come to our stream yesterday. Hey, how's it going? We're back. I think the keynote may be just finishing up here. It looks like they were just kind of doing another demo real quick, but we'll go ahead and get started. We got a lot of things to talk about. There
Yeah,
was,
we're gonna.
I think right off the bat, they talk about the .NET ecosystem and how it's growing and how the number of developers are growing, which I think
Yeah.
is really important. I don't know about you, Aiden. I mean, so I guess for anybody just tuning in, I've been working with .NET for a while, probably about 10 years or so. Aiden is newer, so he's just in college right now. And so it's good. We got two different perspectives here as far as what we're looking for from .NET and C Sharp and kind of what they're presenting here at .NET Conference. So I guess Aiden, when you think about the programming languages that are available to you, uh, we talk about JavaScript and PHP and all these different languages, C Sharp. Has has .NET really been pushed in college, or has it been other technologies up until this point?
Yeah, no, .NET has not been pushed. It's been JavaScript, and as far as backend, it's been older technologies like PHP. There's been newer things like Node.js and React. And honestly, just coming from knowing from you, from knowing about Blazor, knowing about .NET, I think it's kind of nice to see how many people are actually using the platform, knowing how good it is.
Right. I think that's very important too, because sometimes I even think, okay, well, should I be using .NET if not many people are using it? But I think it's really growing, and I think probably what happened was, if you don't know the history of .NET, you may wonder why it wasn't growing all this time, and they tried a whole bunch of things like Silverlight. I don't know if you remember Silverlight at all. It was intended to
Probably wasn't even old enough to understand what that meant.
it was basically Adobe Flash, but with C Sharp. So if you know Adobe Flash, um,
Yep.
so basically they were trying to get C Sharp in the browser, and that was a good number of years ago, and that they ended up sunsetting that shortly after it was even released. So I know there's been a lot of hesitation for web developers to go on .NET, but I think it's starting to change. I think hopefully, anyways, the stats that they were providing and the numbers that they were showing about how the community is growing, the .NET ecosystem is growing. Um, I'm hoping that that negative stigma that they had is changing, and I think it is.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to point out is in the very beginning they talked about this .NET Thanks page, and it was really nice to see all the open source. The whole community is much larger and much more active than the last time I looked. So that's very nice to see as well.
Oh, yep, that is good. That is good.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to make sure everybody sees is this devblogs.microsoft.com. I'm going to stick a link to this in the chat. This is kind of the written blogs for everything that they're kind of announcing today. So make sure you kind of look those over. You got some, announcing F Sharp 5, announcing .NET 5, all these kinds of things. I'm sure there'll be a lot more too as the day goes on. So make sure you check that out. And we do have the link to the .NET conference videos up at the top. I think right now they're going to start going over the .NET Foundation and what's that doing. So if you are
Hmm.
interested in that, I encourage you to check that out. Otherwise, we'll keep talking here about what they talked about in the keynote.
For
Um,
sure.
so yeah, I think another thing I wanted to make sure we went over is the .NET performance improvements, which
Yeah, I was really excited to look at those. Those were very promising.
yeah, because I mean, you talk about all the different server-side technologies for web development and PHP and Node.js and everything else. I mean, how does .NET stack up? And it looks like they're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
So that was good to see. And gRPC I know was another one that is kind of new, but it's a really efficient way to pass over API data. So we got they're claiming that it's going to be the performance of gRPC is going to exceed Go, C++, and Java, that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah. That is pretty impressive.
Because Go C++ is very low level, and so is Java.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with Go. I don't know if you've looked at it at all.
No, not really.
Okay, so so yeah, I think that's important though to see that gRPC will have some really good performance um, improvements.
Yeah, that is
What
really
else did you see during the conference that you wanted to go over?
well. I've kind of got a list here, like in order. They're really interesting. I thought it was really interesting as a new developer to Blazor to hear the history of ASP.NET,
Hmm.
and then kind of to see like this almost very amateur beginning with like writing this entire system on a plane, or it just seems very haphazard, but I imagine that's how every new company or new project begins.
Yeah.
It was also really exciting. I thought it was exciting at least to hear about the GitHub code space. I want to talk about that. And
Oh
then right at
yeah.
the end there, yeah, right at the end there, they announced quite a few things very rapidly about Blazor. Maybe they're not new, but just with the new version of Blazor, I want to talk about that too.
Yeah, yeah, and I think if we look at let me pull up the agenda here. Let me open it up. Um, yes, go. Okay. So if we look here at the agenda, this is not the agenda. This is the agenda. Click the agenda tab over here. Um, basically, you have a whole list of things that they're going to be talking about today and over the next couple days at .NET Conference. And Blazor's in there a lot. So I think we're going to see a lot of things that they kind of went over quickly. I think they're going to go over them in a little bit more detail, which I'm personally excited to see. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I think they talked about Xamarin Forms creating mobile apps, which
Yeah.
is cool because you think about .NET and you think about C#, and a lot of times I just think about, oh, it's for Unity, oh, it's for web development, but no, I mean you can do pretty much anything with C#.
Yeah, and it was really exciting to see just how quick it was to start, running their application on iOS and then go to Android, and just being able to emulate that very quickly. It seems like a very efficient way to develop a mobile application with Xamarin.
Definitely, definitely. And I know
Yeah.
I'm hoping they talk a little bit about Blazor mobile. What is it called? Mobile Blazor bindings or something like that. It's basically what it is. It's experimental technology that they're working on using the Blazor framework to do mobile development, which would be even better because now you're not talking about another front end language. You're talking about Blazor being able to use it with mobile or web, which would be cool, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas Xamarin Forms, you're dealing with a XAML, which is good. I've used it. It's fine. But I think the more they can consolidate some of these things, I think the better for them.
Yeah, for sure. You don't want like 10 different technologies for mobile. You want to try to keep things simple. One thing I wanted to bring up, which I know we're going to talk more about Blazor after the more detailed conference, is just the GitHub code spaces was really an interesting concept. The ability to have an environment where your team can basically have your Nugget packages. They can have all of your code styles, and it applies to everybody. And then you just log into that, and everybody has that. That's really powerful.
Yeah, I haven't tried it out yet. I'm actually really excited to try it out, see how well it actually works. Based
Yeah,
on the demo that they were given, it looked like it worked pretty well. And because I know that's a
yeah,
lot of times whenever you want to contribute to an open source project, a lot of times it's kind of hard to get it down to your local, get everything even running before you can make changes. So I think
yeah.
those code spaces, as long as it works as well as they say it works, will be very beneficial for the open source community.
Oh, and not even open source, just even with you joining a new development team on a new project. I know when I work with you on a new project, it's always a hassle getting all the Nugget packages working. If something's not working right, we have to figure it out in our local environment. And using a code space like this would just be phenomenal. We could start working right away. I think that's really the ideal way to have a team functioning.
Right, right. Definitely. There was a couple demos that I wanted to do, but did you have anything else that you wanted to go over? That
No, I think that was it.
Okay. So one thing that I didn't know about Blazor, and I've been keeping up with Blazor pretty well, but I did not know about this, is what he was talking about with the compatibility API. I don't know if you noticed, he was
Yeah.
doing something with console.readline, and console.readline is something that you would use for the desktop app, and you can't do it with a Windows app. So I just tried it out as he was talking, and I'll bring it up here, and let's make this a little bigger so we can see what's going on. Get rid of this.
Just watching it from the stream, so I'll be a little bit behind.
Yeah, that's all right. So let me go ahead. I'm gonna run the program. Well, actually, I'm gonna talk about it. And so I've got this person form page, and basically there's nothing here yet. It's just a header. But it's got a function in it when the component gets initialized that we're going to be trying to read from the console. And I've never tried to do this because it doesn't make sense to me, but I'm glad that they have this compatibility API available for people to let them know, okay, this is not supported on the browser. And the reason it's not supported is because all of this, it flows through WebAssembly, which I think we'll talk a little bit more about WebAssembly later. But basically, WebAssembly, that runs in a sandbox, basically the same sandbox that JavaScript runs in. So JavaScript, you can do prompts and things like that, but you can't read from the console. That doesn't make sense in JavaScript.
No.
So you can't do it here either. So you can see there's a warning here. So if I go ahead and try to run this, I was curious what would happen if I tried to run this. And if you go to the person tab, you'll see down here an unhandled error has occurred. And if I inspect this and bring over my console, it will say WebAssembly rendering WebAssembly renderer exception. Operation is not supported on this platform. So I mean that's good, right? That's basically saying, we're not going to let you do anything that the browser sandbox isn't going to let you do, which is good for security. I mean we're talking.
Yeah.
People might be concerned about, is .NET allowing you to do more things than you would otherwise be able to do in the browser, and the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think it's important for people to know that WebAssembly is here to stay, and it's not going to be changing the security of the browsers.
Yeah. I also wonder if, in a way, because it's a compatibility feature, if they're going to be able to, let's say that JavaScript no longer supports a version, it gets no longer supports some sort of spec, and that's removed. Will WebAssembly WebAssembly continues to support that? Will Blazor give you a warning that says, hey, you can't use this. This isn't supported anymore?
I don't know. I don't know. Has there been a precedence for that? I think usually they just deprecate things because they want to, at least from what I've seen, they don't actually go out and delete functionality because that could break existing websites.
That's true.
So I think usually what they do is deprecate it, and they tell people don't use this in the future, and they'll get warnings and things like that. But I don't.
That's true.
I mean, I guess it could happen. I guess it could, but I think for the most part they would deprecate it.
Yeah, that makes more sense, anyways.
Yeah.
I just wonder if when you're in your Visual Studio, if it would do the same thing, if it would tell you, hey, this is deprecated.
Oh.
Maybe that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I know that when you run a website without Blazor, it'll just tell you in your console, and it would tell you in Visual Studio sometimes too. But if you're using Blazor, would it do the same thing?
I think it could. I don't know if they have that in there yet, but I think it could. I mean, like with CSS and things like that, let me show you what I've seen with CSS. I'll just go into one of these. Doesn't matter which one. And if I do grid gap and just put like 10 pixels or whatever on it, let's see, I'm surprised. Last time I did it, I was in Visual Studio Code, so maybe Visual Studio Community doesn't have it. But Visual Studio Code would give me a warning saying grid gap is kind of going away and that you should be using gap instead. And here it's actually the other way around. It looks like Visual Studio Community might be a little bit behind as far as knowing what the CSS property names are. I'm not sure what's going on there, but
well, it's not too important, but it's definitely nice to have that feature.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They also talked about this was an important one, and you're not going to be able to see this necessarily, but they talked about Blazor WebAssembly being 2 to 3 times faster than what it previously was with .NET 3.2, which is huge for me. And probably in the next section of our commentary, I'm going to talk about the content management tool that we've put together for Blazor developers, and I noticed that the performance has gotten better already. When I first was working on the tool, it was a little slow, and I was like, wow, is it something on my end? And it still could use some performance improvements. I know they admit that there's a ways to go, but I can already tell it's faster. So that's good. That's good to hear.
Definitely.
Let's see. Do we have time? I think we do. One of the things I talked about was C# 9, and they're going to go into it a little bit more at in like 7 minutes. I think is the next C#. What's new in C# thing on the agenda.
Well, they're still on .NET Foundation, so you might have a bit more time since they're behind as well.
Oh, okay. So if they're running a little bit behind, then we'll go up until they're about ready to start. So, but anyway, the next video is going to be what's new in C#, and I encourage everybody to go over there. We'll post a link to that as well. Well, it's already there, but we'll repost it so it's at the bottom. And one of the biggest thing with C# 9 is records. And Aiden, as a new C# developer, you're probably just starting to get used to classes, right? What's a class? What's an object? That type of thing, right?
Yeah.
And now they're throwing in records. So let's go ahead and talk about what records are and why you might want to use them instead of a class. So let's go ahead here. I have a class of person model. And I'm just going to put two properties. Let's go ahead and make it first name and last name. Nothing too complicated here. And this is basically simulating a person. So we got the first name and their last name. And I've got these as properties with get and set. So get and set basically is going to allow me to retrieve the value and set the value of those properties. Now, with C# 9, they introduced this thing called, instead of set, you would use init. And init basically allows you to set it initially, right when you create the object, but then not allow you to change it afterwards. And the reasoning behind this is they want to, if you have an object and you want to make sure that it doesn't change, maybe you're passing it to a function and you want to make sure that function doesn't change its value or something like that, you would use init here.
Okay.
So I think that can be very useful. Because, like I say, especially if you're dealing with third-party libraries and third-party functions and things like that, you're passing it in there and you don't know what they're going to do to it. They can do whatever they want. So if they put it as init, you're guaranteed to get it back with the same value that you sent it with, which is good. I think that's a good improvement. But and let me say there's a caveat here. And that is when we talk about Blazor specifically, let's go ahead and set up something here. I'm going to just create a form where somebody can type in their first name and last name. So I'm just going to create an edit form. And we'll just create two things here, input text. And I'm going to bind the value of, oh wait, I need to create a person object first. Person model person equals new person. Okay. I've created a variable called person, and it's going to be able to assign itself the last name and first name. So if I try to bind these things, and when I say bind, what I'm talking about is if I change this value, like within a text box or something like that, it will also change it in the code. So any variables referencing that will get updated. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and put this back to set for now instead of init, and I'll just show everybody on the stream what this will do. So I'm gonna have two things. I'm gonna bind first name and last name, and I'm just gonna output them to a paragraph. I'm just gonna say hello person.first name person.last name. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this console.readline so that we don't have an issue there. All right, so just outputting those, and that should change on the screen as we change those values. Let's go ahead and run this. Okay, it's loading here. If I go to the person, let's see here. We got an error still. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I didn't put an edit context, or I didn't tell the form what my model was, which I'm surprised actually we didn't get a compiler error there. But
Hey,
yeah.
hold on. I think they're about to get ready to the next section.
Oh,
actually.
okay. Well, then we're gonna cut away, and I encourage everybody to check out the C#. And we're
I'm
actually
gonna post the link in chat, the YouTube link, not just the website.
Okay.
I will post their website as well if you prefer to watch it on their website.
Okay. So yeah, then we're gonna come back after the next 2 sections. So there's one on C#, and then there's one on Blazor, and then we'll be back. So I look forward to everybody coming back here after that. Thanks.
All right. See ya.
All right. Let's see here. Why is my screen not sharing? There it goes. All right, my screen is showing now. Sorry about that. We are back.
Awesome.
This is, and if you're just joining us, this is Dan from Modular.Dev, and I'm here with Aiden. He's kind of bringing a different perspective here. He's a new developer. He's just started going to college for computer science, and so just kind of starting to learn C#. I've been working in C# for about 10 years, and we're watching .NET Conf just like you are, hopefully, and
Yep.
it's a good one so far. What are your thoughts so
Yeah.
far, Aiden?
I mean, I don't get ahead of myself here, but Blazor was really exciting because I know I've worked with Blazor already. It's really interesting, especially from a web development perspective that I already have. It's a very exciting technology, and all these new different features and fixes. It's very nice. And then also there's a few things in C# that kind of got my attention. Not as much as Blazor, but definitely were kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think let's go ahead. So there was two things since the last time we talked. There was the what's new in C#, as well as a talk for Trailblazers, Blazor in .NET 5. And
Yep.
and again, I just want to remind anybody watching that if you have questions, anything that you want to talk about, this is an open discussion. I encourage you to ask a question. If something from one of those presentations didn't make sense to you, I don't know if I'll be able to answer it, but we'll go ahead and try. So go ahead and say something in the chat if you have any questions. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the C# things first. What's new in C#? And
Mhm.
there was a couple things that they pointed out. One was the top level statements. Let me go ahead and just create a demo app here, just so we can kind of see what that actually looks like, and just so we kind of know everybody's on the same page as far as what we're talking about. So I'm just going to create a demo app. Sure, console app 9 is fine. I'm going to bring it over to my screen in just a second. Okay, so when you start a brand new application, you're going to see something like this. And, this is something that I told you to watch out for, Aiden, because this is you're somewhat new to this.
Yeah.
This is kind of a lot of code to have a hello world, right?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of unnecessary things in there to be able to just do one thing.
Yeah, especially for a new developer, like what is it? They might not understand what a namespace is. They might not understand what a class is.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially with C# 9, let me go ahead and just make sure I'm on. I am not on .NET 5, so let's go ahead and try it first, just so I can show you that it doesn't work with .NET 3. You should be able to delete all of this and go ahead and just write your program like this. And in fact, you wouldn't even need this first line either if you did system.console.writeLine. So, that's kind of cool. Being able to write a program in one line of code like you would do with, Python or some of these scripting languages.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot simpler. But obviously, this
Definitely.
doesn't work in C# 8, so that's why we see this squiggly line. Let's go ahead and upgrade our project. So if you want to upgrade your project, all you got to do is go into the project settings and go to target framework, go to .NET 5. And I do want to say also I am in the preview version of Visual Studio, and the reason I am in the preview version is because up until a little bit ago, they did not have Visual Studio updated. And in fact, like about 10 minutes before we got back on the air here, I checked for updates, and it was available now. So you can download the new version of Visual Studio that would have C# 9 without any kind of preview features. But I haven't done that yet. We're still in the preview Visual Studio version. So now if I go back, I don't have that red squiggly line anymore. If I run it, hopefully it's just one thing here. All right, we get hello world on our console here. So
Very simple.
yeah, it's very simple. It allows people to really write some lines of code without having to really understand some of those other more honestly more complicated things about C#. So again, we took out the namespace, the class, this static void main, and in the background, just so everybody knows what happens, this still compiles to the same thing. And C# is what's called a compiled language. It's gonna compile down to basically assembly or some kind of low-level code. I don't know what the very correct term is, but it's gonna compile down to low-level code, and this compilation is gonna be the same. It's just as far as what it looks like for you, it's a lot simpler, right? We got rid of 7 lines of code there, which is good.
And when you're writing, I think it also provides a level of readability for even developers who are used to using that semantic there.
That's true.
I think when you get rid of all those lines of code, it makes it much easier to just go saying, okay, hello world, where's your main program? Do this, do that, do that. It's less and less. Oftentimes in development is much better.
Right. Now there is a couple caveats with this. I do just want to bring them up real quick. You could put this in any file, not just program.cs. Let's go ahead and create another file called, I don't know, file.cs. I could do the same thing here. If I put it in file.cs, and we're going to have a problem. It's going to say that you can only do this in one file. And the reason is because the program needs to know what is the entry point for the program, right? So, you would want to delete it. You would want to get rid of this other one. The other potential problem is you can put like classes in here. You can do, you can make a person class in here. You can give it a first name or, whatever. And now it's starting to get a little bit confusing. What's actually executing and what's not? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So those do provide some structure to understand the process that's going on. I think that helps a lot.
Yeah.
Too.
So I guess I would just say if you're going to use top level statements, meaning you're not going to have the static void main, I would just make sure that you keep that file pretty clean, and you don't necessarily throw a whole bunch of other things in there, because it's going to start getting confusing, I think.
For sure. And I might even start using, I would actually use top level stuff. I would use that mostly for like very simple one-line things like console.write line. I wouldn't necessarily put a bunch of functions up there,
right,
or classes.
Just kind of experimenting with different things, and just that way it's a quick entry point.
It's not necessarily the place where everything happens.
Right.
So
and where this is a bigger, I'm just gonna finish up on this real quick. Where this is a bigger deal is in something like, VS Code, where you're basically creating a file. You would create a CS file, and it wouldn't have given you, in Visual Studio Community, it kind of gives you, and when you install a template like this, it kind of gives you this, so it's not that big a deal to get rid of it. But if you're starting from a completely new C# file, it is hard to remember a lot of this stuff. So definitely feel free to use top level statements. But yeah, let's move on. I think we were talking about records a little bit.
Yeah.
And we were talking off the air about how you were a little bit confused with records and when you would use them versus classes, right?
Yes, it was very confusing for me to understand the explanation. So go ahead. Let's see what you can tell me about records here.
I'm going to go back to my other application here because I had already started something in Blazor before we... that's not the right one. Let's go ahead and see. Here, let me open it back up. I must have closed it down. Okay, we started this right before the break, and this was a Blazor application where we were going to have the person's name on the screen, and with 2 text boxes. I think you remember that, right? So let's go ahead and make sure that this still looks okay. We've got looks like some failures, but hopefully okay. Yep, it's back. So if we run this right now as it is, this is with a class. And I'll explain classes in just a second, but if I go back here, I can type my name in here, and it's going to update this paragraph up here as I go. So if I change my name, it's going to update it, which is cool. It's in real time with Blazor. Not much to it. I mean, it's just binding this value, which automatically updates this. Okay, we'll get into Blazor in a second, but the question you had was, okay, what are classes? Let's go ahead and look at this. So a class simply is a type. This is some kind of object that you would have in real life. In this case, it's a person. I called it person model, but we could just call it person. There's no real naming conventions there. And basically what this is
Mhm.
okay, they have a first name, they have a last name. That's what a person is, and there's other things that they would have too. They would have an age, right? Um,
Yeah.
sure, they'd have a whole bunch of things, whatever you needed for your object. Um, so where records come in, well, let me go ahead and talk about just real briefly classes, and as far as
Sorry.
when you would use a class, let me just create a function here.
Okay.
I don't know, func, sure. So I could create a person and give it I can say person equals new person, and I can give it a first name of Bob, last name of Smith, and so on and so forth. And this is great. And basically what I can do now is I can create another person, person 2, and I could set that to the same thing. And if you're new to C#, you might be thinking, okay, well, what does this assignment statement actually do? If I said person 2 dot first name equals Tom, what actually happens here? Does that well, let me ask you. I guess you're somewhat new to C#. Do you think that also updates person's name, the original one?
No, because it's equal to person, so I don't think it would do that. They're two different objects, right? They're two different things.
And that's actually a common misconception. This would actually update both, and the reason it does that is
weird.
it is a little weird. It is a little weird, but there's good reason to it. This is actually passing a reference to this person and storing it in this person.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when we change one of them, it's actually changing both because they're the same thing.
Okay. So instead of creating, it's not copying a person like you would in JavaScript and creating a whole new variable there. You're taking person and you're just referencing to it. You're saying here's person. So I think that is kind of confusing. That's very unintuitive to me.
Yeah.
But that does make sense now.
So if in the past, what you would have to do is you have to call this a struct, and a struct is very similar to a class, but it is like when you copy it, it copies it by value. So now if I did this, it would not update person. They'd be two totally different things.
That does make sense.
And it goes. You can even go further than that. You could say, well, does person equal? Well, you say, if person equals person 2, and then it would do something. Let's go ahead and get rid of this just so that we're not confusing that. We'd say, oh, if they equal person 2, let me go ahead and I'm just going to create this as a new one now, just to make this crystal clear. We're going to give it the exact same first name and the exact same last name.
Okay.
And what would your thoughts be? Would this be true? Does person equals person 2?
I would think so. Yeah, they're the same. They're the same data.
That's the other misconception with classes. So this is false because these are two different references. Like these are two different objects.
Okay. Because you would have to compare person dot first name or person dot last name.
Yeah, you could do this.
But you're comparing classes. You're not comparing the data in it.
Right.
Because the classes are different.
Well, the instances of the
But
class,
how?
yeah. So
Okay.
So that's where records come in a little bit. It's like, okay, I want to be able to have this type of functionality where I'm comparing them by value.
Yeah.
But I still may want to have some of the other things that classes give me, which is like inheritance. Say, okay, I want to have a child of person or a parent of person. Maybe I want to have a public class student, and it inherits from person. Well, so I want to have all that functionality, right?
Yeah, you would want to have that.
Right. And that's where records really come in. So if I change this to a record, this is actually true now because it compares it by value.
Okay. So records are more they're like a specific type of data. They're not like a new functionality, is the way I put it.
Yeah, and basically what they are behind the scenes is they're classes that automatically override the equality operator and they automatically
Okay.
override a couple other things too. I have a whole video
Yeah.
on the channel which talks about records. So I don't
Yeah.
necessarily want to go into too much, but does that kind of
Yeah.
yeah,
But that makes a lot of sense now. Yeah. Thank you for the explanation,
yeah,
Dan.
for sure.
But yeah, we should get into Blazor. Let's talk about all
Okay.
the new. I think the first thing I want to bring something up. The performance updates, as we talked about earlier, are great. Dan was talking about how he was creating something. He was using working with his admin tool Modular.Dev, and he was having issues with performance, and he noticed that, with the new versions of Blazor, that it has definitely improved, and I think that that's true for a lot of developers.
Right.
But let's talk about the new features for sure.
Sure. So, I guess before we do that, I wanted to just finish the demo that I was doing before we went off the air, and that was with the init, because this was something else new in C# too.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Let's go ahead
So,
with that then.
so init allows you to set, it allows you to set this variable when the instance is initialized, but not change it afterwards. So
Okay.
basically, when we create a person, we would set the first name and last name, and then it's unable to be changed after that.
Okay.
So if I had, let me just create another function here, I guess. And if I said person equals new person, first name equals Bob, and last name equals Smith, this would be fine. But now I couldn't do person dot first name equals Tom because I can only set this on initialization.
Yep.
And that's kind of cool. It's good for data immutability is what it's called, because we don't want to be, sometimes you don't want people to be able to change things after it's already been created.
Yeah. That's really important because, like they talked about, if you're using a third-party tool and you have to put something through it, you don't want it to change. You don't want that tool to mess with any of that data.
Right. And that is kind of, when we talk about records, that's kind of the default for, if you create a record this way, which I encourage everybody to watch the record thing that they had on .NET Conf or watch it on our channel. When we create a record this way, these are init setters. So we can't change this afterwards, which is important. And the reason I'm stressing this so much is because when we talk about Blazor, and this will segue us back into Blazor, when we do bindings like this, where we do bind value, and you just saw a little bit ago how we were able to change the first name and last name with the text boxes and have it update the paragraph, right?
Yep.
Okay, so now that those are init instead of set, this won't work anymore because we disabled the ability to set it after it's already been set. You know what I mean? Or after it's been initialized. So I don't know if it's easy to see or not, but we're getting some compiler errors here. This can't be assigned after it's
They
been
won't be able
initialized.
to see that, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not quite sure how to make that section of the window bigger, but take my word for it, you'd get some compiler errors here. So the reason that's important is if you decide to make records, like if you decide to switch over your classes to records, you may be disabling some functionality for people that want to use that type in a data binding situation. Because by default, in a record, it's init instead of set. So you may be disabling functionality for people unintentionally. And so when I'm creating my things, my API and stuff like that for Modular.Dev, I was actually rewriting it a little bit this past week because I wanted to publish the NuGet package. And at first I was changing all the records, and I'm like, you know what? What if somebody wants to take this type and data bind it to something? They won't be able to. So records are powerful. Init is powerful, but I would just recommend, if you don't have a good reason to, like if you think maybe people might want to data bind to it at some point, I would just leave them as set.
Yeah.
So anyways, I think that's an important distinction. And you can put in records, you can put the same type of thing, first name get set, and then it will work just fine. But then you're kind of losing some of the functionality of records.
Yeah, you kind of avoiding the purpose of a record in a way.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, you still get the equality comparison, which is kind of nice, and you still get to use that with expression, but you don't get some of the other functionalities of records like the automatic deconstruction and things like that. So yeah, that's kind of that. But yeah, should we move to Blazor? I think that's enough on C#.
Yeah, definitely, especially for a new guy. My brain is hurting a little bit. Yeah, let's talk about Blazor. I feel like Blazor's things they talked about are much higher level and they're much easier for me to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I've worked with Blazor a little bit, so I do know a bit more about Blazor actually than C#, I would say.
Yeah.
So
I guess what features that they covered in the .NET conference on Blazor did you find really interesting?
Well, from experience when I worked with you on some websites and things, we had worked with we had troubles with CSS isolation, so being able to use specific CSS on different sites, and so I think that having CSS isolation is very nice. And then also, there was a lot. They added so much functionality, but that was my favorite one at first. The ability to use element selectors in CSS, but them to be per component
Mm-hmm.
was really interesting. It's very powerful because you wouldn't have to use like classes and everything. Then you could take like a whole section and just put the element, like let's say you have a collection of names in a list. You could just select the unordered list for that component, and you wouldn't have to go through and put a class on
the
that
component.
item, which
yeah,
which seems minuscule but saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, and it saves the potential for, less prone to errors that way too, right? I mean, if you type the class name wrong or if you change it, I mean, there's less things to worry about, and I think that's powerful.
Very powerful. I mean, I don't know where you want to start, but there's so much there, and the virtualization feature where you can render elements only when they're visible to the user, which was super interesting to me and so smooth. And the fact that that's one line of code was super powerful. The fact that you can just put that anywhere, wherever you need it.
Well, how cool was that demo, first of all? I mean, that demo was sweet. If you didn't catch the demo, go back and watch that at some point. It was basically what they did was they had a code editor that they wrote in Blazor, and they pulled in NuGet packages, and I mean, they basically at one point they had used a file input to read an Excel file, and then they wrote some code in the on the application. They hit go, and it created a table. There was some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it was so many. It was so interesting to see how they were able to take just like these different features and combine it into a really incredible demo. So,
Definitely encourage you to check out that demo. I guess the other thing, this is kind of a minor one. They mentioned it right at the end, but catch-all route parameters. I didn't know. I've been keeping up with Blazor pretty well over these preview releases, and I didn't know that was a thing. So what that I think means is, okay, so let's go here to this person component, right? Let's say I wanted this component to render anytime maybe it would render anytime something didn't match, or maybe I put like a wildcard in here as far as this route. So right now this route just says /person. And I'm gonna have to look and see how to do this catch-all route parameters. I'm not necessarily gonna guess, but basically, well, I'll try to guess. I'd say maybe it would be something like that, and then basically this would catch all pages that didn't match any other page, which has been it's actually been a thorn in my side a little bit, because sometimes I've got applications where I want a single component to kind of handle the routing and to handle where things are going to be rendered to, and I would have to do something like this. It was a little bit crazy. I had to do something like param1 and then /param2, and because I didn't know how many slashes there were going to be, right? And I'd say param3, and then all of these would be variables down here. It'd be parameter, and then I would say string param1,
Yep.
and I'd have to concatenate these together, and some of them may exist and some may not, and it was just a big pain. So I haven't played around with
Yeah.
this catch-all route parameters thing, but I'm hoping that, you could do something like this, and you only have, you believe it's 2 asterisks. Okay, let me go ahead and try that. Let's go ahead and try that. So it would be something like parameter public string param1, and let's just go ahead and write this out. So hopefully you mean like that. Let's go ahead and try it. I have no idea if this will work.
Okay.
Oh, I get some kind of error. Oh, I'm still trying to bind to that person model that is only a init. Let's go ahead and try this.
Change that now.
Yeah. All right, let's try this now. Because this will be very useful, I think, if we're doing it correctly here. Looks like we're getting some kind of error. A catch-all parameter may only have 1 asterisk. Okay, let's try it with 1. Let's try it with 1 and see if that works.
I used in YARP. It is supposed to be a standard.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I know with with MVC controllers, it's 1 star. So that's why I was kind of thinking it might be the same, but we'll see if this works or not. Okay, so it at least opened up. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's just do a test. Okay. Now let's do test. Okay, test 2. Oh yeah. Yep, that works.
Oh,
that's
works. Nice. That is smooth.
So I can route whatever I want through here, and you can see this is my entire route right here. So there you go. There's catch-all parameters on the fly. I didn't know about it until about 30 minutes ago. So
very nice feature
for sure.
One thing I want to talk about, which I didn't really think about until now, is protected browser storage. I didn't realize what that could be useful for, but then it hit me. Let's say you're running like an application, like a game or something that's proprietary in the browser, and you don't want the user to be able to modify that content because it would cause some sort of security issues, or maybe they weren't supposed to be able to. You don't want them to be able to cheat and add their own stuff to local storage, right? Well, I mean, for that sort of situation, you could store your game data in a protected browser storage locally, and then they wouldn't be able to interact with it. They wouldn't be able to modify it. And that's kind of an interesting concept. I haven't seen that before with vanilla even web development.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't played around with protected browser storage, and the reason I haven't is because it's server-side Blazor only, and I write WebAssembly Blazor, so it's actually 2 different things. But you're right. For the people using server-side Blazor, that's a big deal for them. I hope they come up with something like that for client-side Blazor too, because I mean I know there are NuGet packages already out there that allow you to store things in the session. But to have it protected, like you say, so that, well, I think you could probably still change it, but I think it's encrypted in the fact that when they would bring it back down on the server side and check it, it wouldn't make sense. It would be, it wouldn't. Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you could change it. It's just some kind of variable, but yeah.
I mean, you can always change it, but knowing what it is and actually be able to, make use of that change is going to be impossible.
Right. So yeah, I think that's a big one, especially for those that still use server-side Blazor.
Did you see you talked about earlier with the demo? They were able to upload a file. They added a bunch of different new supported features, like input file. At the end there, they showed that screenshot and it had like input radar, a bunch of different things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I did a demo already on this channel about input file, so I encourage you to look for that. I think it was in the What's New with Blazor release 5, or no, release 8, or maybe it was release candidate 1. I don't remember. So I don't remember, and it's been a while, so I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head. But you're right. It's cool because you can input that file, you can read from that file, and you can do stuff with that, all from Blazor. You don't have to worry about sending that to the server and doing something with it there. So that's big. Now I think I don't know how they're handling really large files, because I think that has to be read and stored in the client memory, because remember, Blazor WebAssembly is running on the client side, and everything is stored in client memory. So if you're reading a really large file, like we're talking gigabytes file, uh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about that either. That seems kind of like a bad idea.
Yeah, you might be having some RAM issues if you do that.
Yeah. So what else would you like to talk
I
about or
wanted to
go
talk
over?
just briefly about pre-rendering because
Okay.
that was something that they mentioned. And so what pre-rendering is, let me see. Let me see if I can even find where it is. Well, usually with Blazor WebAssembly, you have an index.html, and you kind of have your app that's being loaded here. With
Yep.
pre-rendering, what they're doing is they're suggesting creating a CSHTML file on the server, which I actually do whenever I write websites. When I write websites, I kind of do a mixture between Blazor and original ASP.NET. And the reason I do that is because Blazor, well, I'll run it. I'll run this application so you can kind of see. Um,
Yep.
and let's open up the network panel. And I'm also going to clear out all of my cache storage. So if you notice in here, there's a whole bunch of files that Blazor has cached. So if I got my network panel open and I hit refresh, there's a lot of stuff being downloaded. We're talking about 9 megabytes worth of data,
Oh.
which is a lot for a website. Now, I'm not talking about a web app. I'm
Yeah.
talking about a website here.
Yeah.
So if you have a web app, people are a little bit more forgiving. They're expecting it to take a little while and then be fluid once you get in there. But if you're talking about a website, people expect that to load within a couple seconds, right? So this
Yeah.
whole pre-rendering thing is talking about, okay, all of these DLLs, everything that just downloaded, would wait until after the screen has already been written. So the screen is written.
That would be powerful.
It is powerful.
Sorry.
It is very
Yeah.
powerful. And the only issue with it is, okay, let's say I'm on this counter screen and I want to click this button. If my
You wouldn't be able
Blazor
to.
hasn't run yet, this is going to do nothing.
Yeah. So it's basically like when you're loading a website. When you first load it, you can see everything loading, but there's a time in between stuff being rendered and stuff being interactable. And unlike a normal website, it's gonna take longer for everything to be interactable,
Right.
be able to click and do things. But at least they can see it, which would be helpful.
Right. And I mean, it depends how much logic you actually have in Blazor, right? If you just have a
That's true.
standard screen where a lot of the logic has loaded, from the server, it's not going to make a big difference. There's nothing really that's not going to be interactable. The problem would become,
That's
though,
true.
if you tried switching. Let's say you loaded the website, and you tried, clicking a link. Usually Blazor handles that, and it will, if you're familiar with Ajax and how JavaScript loads only a portion of the website. Look, the top and the left sides are not changing here. That's because only the thing in the middle is changing. If you tried switching screens before Blazor was fully loaded, it wouldn't have that functionality. It wouldn't have the ability to, keep that left and top bar the same because Blazor wouldn't have been loaded yet.
So what would happen instead then? Would the website just refresh and go to that different page?
Yeah,
or-
it would look as if it was server rendered again. So you'd probably see that flash of white, which isn't the big deal. That's what you would normally see anyways, with a website.
Yeah.
So I think the problem was before .NET 5 we didn't have that pre-rendering, and so it was either all or nothing. And now we've got that
Yeah, at least you have
pre-rendering, and we can
options.
make decisions as far as if we want to use it or not.
Yes, which is very helpful, especially if you don't have an option. How are you supposed to fix that issue? That there isn't a workaround to show something before everything renders. Now there is.
Yeah, and I think there was some hacks that people were doing before, and some somewhat official ways to do it. But now it's
yeah.
for sure.
Um,
Is there any event that triggers when the site loads when you pre-render it? That's a good question. I haven't dealt with pre-rendering yet. That's something that I'm hoping to do very soon here. I would assume though, let me bring up my thing here. I would assume that the let's go to the person component. So we have all these different events that we can override that are part of Blazor, right? So we've got on after render, on initialized, on parameters, set. I would assume that on after render gets called. And I guess that's an assumption. There's probably some official wording on that, but I would assume that on after render is going to get called after it renders with Blazor rather than with the server-side pre-rendering.
Yeah. Which is also helpful because then you can do stuff once everything is rendered, which then, in fact, maybe Max is onto something here. What if you wanted to just make one object on the page interactable right away, without having to load everything? You could probably make that work if you knew once everything was rendered there was going to be a time in between.
Yeah.
Using
Yeah,
that,
I think if you wanted to make sure your component was interactable, you'd have to have that component be probably JavaScript. Honestly, you'd probably have to go. You'd probably have.
Well, yeah, but that's an option though.
Yeah.
You could
Yeah.
if it was entirely necessary, you could do that.
Yeah.
Which is good to know.
Yeah. I would hope that there'd be some way to actually tell for sure whether or not it's rendered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could use a graphic indicator while it's loading. Definitely. Actually, that's a great idea because
yeah.
that way you're
Yeah.
not, if you need it. I guess I would say that if you don't have any interactable things on your page, maybe you just want to show, typically with a website you got your images, your text, that type of thing. I mean, there's not a whole lot of interactivity, but if you have maybe a graph or maybe a photo gallery where you can click the photos and open up some kind of photo gallery, you may want to show a graphic indicator while it's loading. I think that's a good idea.
And especially if you know what I just realized, we're talking about pre-rendering, right? Or was it lazy rendering that we're talking about? This?
Lazy loading. Yeah.
Virtualization. Here's what I was getting to. So they showed on their demo, they had a list of what was it, names or something. But when you scroll through it, it will only show the ones that are visible.
Oh yeah.
But what that could actually be really useful for is, let's say you have a photo gallery. That's a lot of data. You don't want to be loading all of those photos. So virtualization could be key to loading only the photos that the user is going to be scrolling through. That would actually help a lot.
Yeah. Now we got to be careful when we talk about that though, because it depends how you load it. You still could load all of them and keep them in memory, but only show a certain number.
Oh, yeah. I don't mean load. I mean render them.
Okay.
Yeah, you're rendering them only when you need them. You would still download all those photos, but you'd only render the ones you need.
Yeah.
Which could really speed things up when it comes to actually being able to interact with that page.
And there is, let me see if I can see it here. There is a way to, I think it's using this items provider. I'd have to look and see. Basically, that says, okay, when I get to the next page, what do I do? And you can actually tell it what API, like where to go to get more information.
You could
so
call
you wouldn't have to load everything.
You could tell it. Yeah, that's really what the ideal situation would be. You have a large photo gallery. Somebody has a fan page or something where they have fan art, and you have 1,000 photos on that page. But you don't want to load all 1,000 photos, because that would take forever for the page to show up for people. So you only load like the first 15 that show up on the page.
Yeah.
And then when you scroll down, you load another 15. And then render it. That would really speed things up.
Yeah, for sure.
The only caveat I can see is if you're only downloading those photos as you scroll down, if the photos are large enough, it might not even show up as you're scrolling. It might be a little bit slow and buggy, the scrolling mechanism.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I think you can put like a loading, you can put a placeholder, I think. Yeah, you put placeholder here.
Placeholder thumbnail. Yeah. That would be smart. That's what a lot of galleries do.
Yeah.
It's something Xamarin has that keeps in memory only when it is visible.
Yeah, and that's something that Xamarin. They talked about Xamarin a little bit in the keynote. And I honestly haven't used Xamarin, so I appreciate that, Max. I unfortunately don't have any additional feedback to give on that, but that's cool that they're already doing that for Xamarin.
Is there anything else? You don't need to.
Oh yeah, you don't need to page. Yeah, you don't need to page. So I guess when I say paging, I mean when we're talking about like an infinite scroll type of thing, you probably only
Okay.
load like a certain number at a time.
Yeah.
When you call the items provider, um,
Yeah.
and then when you need more, you would ask for more. So it's not really
Yeah.
paging, but it's kind of paging at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well.
I think that's most of what they went over. I was hoping they were going to go over what's going to be new in Blazor in .NET 6, and maybe that's what they're going to go over at the next one.
Yeah.
That's in 15 minutes. I guess
Yeah.
you used it for a long time. See, that's cool. I used XAML when I was doing Silverlight, and again, Silverlight's just kind of sad now. But Xamarin, I mean that's Xamarin's cool because you can use that for mobile development. You don't have to learn Swift and all these other things. You can use C Sharp, and that just goes to show you that you can use C Sharp for any kind of coding project that you have, which is cool.
Yeah. And it says that is why I also use Blazor very similar. Yeah, I guess it would be easy to switch over to web development if you already know how to use Xamarin, which is kind of nice. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there'll be a good number of people overlapping, and people using Unity too to make games. I mean, we're talking a lot of people in the .NET ecosystem, and I think it'll just keep growing.
Yeah.
So
I'm really excited to. Well, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm really excited about is to see where this is gonna go, because obviously these are all very good features, but what more can they do? What more functionality can they provide? Also, how much faster can they make this? How much more performance can we get out of this? And yeah, I think
Right.
as they go in functionality, as they grow, as they get more performance, uh, I think that's gonna really grow the community as well.
Yeah, for sure. And Max says something about using Blazor for Xamarin, and that's true. Mobile Blazor bindings. I remember the name this time. Mobile Blazor bindings. I hope they talk about that in the next video too, because that's a big deal. Being able to use Blazor
Yeah.
for mobile development. So
That would be insane.
yeah,
The ability to have this functionality in mobile would be super useful.
yeah,
Um,
for sure.
is there anything
Let's
else?
see. I think I wanted to.
Go over
I wanted to go over.
Modular.Dev.
I know they're not. At least they haven't talked about. I think I want to go over Modular.Dev after the next one, so we have more time.
Okay.
Basically, just so everybody on the stream knows, we are releasing a Blazor content management system for your websites and your web apps. It's something that I've used internally for a long time, and I finally am almost done with the APIs and everything. So I'm going to be previewing that today. I think I'm going to preview it after the next one, though, just so we have as much time as we need, because I don't want to cut
Yeah.
off if we only have 15 minutes. So
Yeah, for sure.
I guess what I want to do with the remaining 15 minutes is just remind people where they can go to get some of these things. This dev blogs, I wonder if they've updated this since the last time I showed. Yeah. So devblogs.microsoft.com. I'm going to link to it again if I can find my chat window here. devblogs.microsoft.com. Whole bunch of new things from today. All the new things that they're releasing all across .NET, from C# to F# to Blazor. I mean, everything's out there, so go ahead and read those, as well as checking out .NET Conf, watching those videos. You'll learn a lot today.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot already, so
Yeah, lots of
definitely check
really
that out.
exciting new things. They also said that Xamarin supports CSS. I wonder what it means by that.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, so maybe you can use CS. So I know Xamarin uses what's called XAML, and basically those are custom components, basically that is in that kind of framework. Correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly. They're not HTML components; they're Xamarin components. But I'm assuming
Okay.
what he's saying is you can use CSS in the same way to style those components, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice way of doing it. It's not a whole other system to do styling. That's kind of nice.
Yeah,
It says yeah, .NET 5 and Visual
I
Studio
know.
16.8.
I've been waiting so
Yeah.
long for this .NET 5, man. All
Yeah.
right. I think the
Very
only thing I did
exciting.
want to cover, because we probably only have about 10 minutes left, is
Yep.
okay, what is on the horizon for .NET 6, especially with Blazor? And I don't know if they're going to cover it. I hope they cover it in the next video, but if not, I'm going to show you where you can find out yourself what they're planning. So if you go to github.com/.net/asp.core, so I just linked to it in the chat. You can go to the issues tab, and you can see all of the outstanding issues related to ASP.NET Core, sorry. Specifically, a lot of them have to do with Blazor. So you can see area Blazor on a lot of them. And they have this whole call to action, help shape the future of ASP.NET Core up here at the top. And this is kind of what they're looking for if you have feedback as far as things that you want in ASP.NET Core. And Blazor is part of ASP.NET Core. And they talk about how you can do that. So there's a lot of people commenting. AOT compilation, and I just want to go over just a couple of these. So AOT compilation is, if we click this one here, let's go ahead, and we see this whole labels components big rock. And components big rock are kind of the ones that Microsoft has deemed as the biggest ones that they want to get done for Blazor. Let's go ahead and see if I can filter on that label. Yep, maybe.
I have to search for label.
Components, here we go.
There you go. 19.
So there's 19 open issues still. And so these are the big ones. I'm hoping that a lot of these get taken care of in .NET 6. So hot reload is a big one. So what hot reload is when I make a change to a Blazor file, or a Razor component rather, it's going to update my website immediately. On the fly, without having to refresh, without having to, do anything like that. Right now, I think it refreshes the page, although sometimes that doesn't even work for me. But hot reload is going to make the development time so much faster. You don't have to worry about compiling that entire project every time you want to see your change. Which
that would be super helpful.
That'd be super helpful. That one I'm hoping that one gets in .NET 6. So I was talking about AOT compilation. And what this is huge. At least for me, this is huge. Compile everything to WebAssembly. So right now you're thinking, well, Blazor is WebAssembly. Well, no, it's not. There is these, if we look in the network panel, there's all these DLLs that are running, which is basically compiled C#, right? This is all compiled C#, and it's run through, let's see if I can find it here. Where's the WASM file? Where are you? I don't see it at the moment. But there is here it is, .NET.wasm. So this is a WebAssembly. But what this is it basically talks about how to read those .dll files, which is compiled C#, and basically interpreting them and putting them into WebAssembly. It's a lot of extra steps, but I know why they had to do it, and that's because it's a lot easier for them. And going forward, they want to compile all of this C# directly to WebAssembly, so there's no in the middle man, which is going to improve performance a lot.
That would definitely help a lot for sure.
Yeah. So I'm always watching this one to see what's going on with it, and they're I would recommend you as well. Yeah, it was Mono. That's true. So Mono was involved in all of this, but now it's all .NET Core. It's all kind of bundled into together the same thing. Because Mono was the thing that was compiling to, all these different things. WebAssembly being one of them. So yeah, what else is there? Let's see.
We have the packages that auto add references. There's the debugger improvements.
Oh yeah.
There's a few other smaller things.
The debugger improvements is a good one too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cover that because when I first started doing Blazor, there was no debugging at all. And then when I started doing Blazor Next, there was when I was continuing doing Blazor, there was a little bit of debugging, but it was only through the browser. And then it kind of started shifting, and now it's like fully there. So let's go ahead and I'm going to set a breakpoint here, I guess. And let's go ahead and just run. Well, yeah, let's run this file. So I'm going to hit this debug thing instead of start without debugging. And we'll see if we can hit a breakpoint.
Yep. Let's see. There it goes. I think.
Yeah, it's over here. Um, it is a little bit slower than not debugging, but that's to be somewhat expected. So
Yep.
now if I come onto this person, I've hit a breakpoint here, which
Yep.
is kind of interesting. I haven't actually set my parameter yet, but that's okay. My person is null, and now my person is not null, and I'm still able to debug through all this. And now I'm in some kind of weird file. I'm just going to hit F5, and now you can see I'm getting this this name here. And again, it's still a little bit wonky because I'm in this WASM file, but for the most part, it's good. So if I go back in here and if maybe I set a breakpoint, I don't know. And that's the other thing. Can you set a breakpoint after it's been run? I don't think so. I think you have to restart it and set a breakpoint. So it's not as great as a normal debugging experience, but they keep improving it, which is great.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, debugging's definitely key when you're developing, and I remember the lack of debugging was very, very frustrating when I was first checking out Blazor.
yeah,
So there's one other thing. The browser will now auto refresh when you edit like CSS files, and you can set which files you want it to do that on. So let's say you're editing JavaScript files, you don't want it to auto refresh when you're editing those. I don't know why you wouldn't. Well, actually, I kind of do. So you could set it to not do that or to do it, which is
yeah,
kind of nice because if you're trying to code something like a website, you have some HTML, you're just kind of designing it. That's always really helpful to be able to see your changes live.
right, right. I think that's a very welcome addition because, and actually I got to figure out how to do that because in my application that content management system that I was talking about, you
Yeah.
know, it's not really working there. So I'm assuming there's just something I have set up incorrectly. But I
Yeah.
do just want to just circle back to, let's go ahead and do on click here on this button. I want to circle back to the debugging to show
Okay.
that that you can set a breakpoint not only when you're first entering the page, but inside of a function too. And I'll also do it on override void on initialized.
CSS.
Yeah,
isolation.
CSS isolation is huge too. I found that one very nice. The
Yeah,
thing that he
was good
didn't,
to hear about.
let's see here, what's going on. Override void. Oh, I forgot protected.
JS isolation too. Yeah.
Yep, JS isolation. And Max, if you haven't checked out our videos on those, we did make some. I would encourage you to check those out. But maybe you've already been using those, so maybe you don't need to check those out. But they're huge. I mean, the thing that he didn't mention, at least I didn't hear him mention it, is that with CSS isolation, you do have to add a reference in your index.html to that CSS file. I don't think I heard him say that. But there is a CSS file that gets added, and there's some kind of special naming convention for it that has to do with the project that it's referencing. But you do have to add. You still have to add it to the. At least I think you do. I think you still have to add it to the index.html. So we'll see. Maybe they changed that, but I don't think they did.
Yeah.
What else are we talking about? Oh yeah, debugging. Let's go ahead and go back here. So if I go in here. And we talked about this a little bit, maybe this goes back to that question that Max had earlier about, how do you know when the pre-rendering step is done? Maybe you can set some breakpoints and see what actually gets hit and see, what actually is going on there. So we're hitting on initialized and, our parameter has been set. So the parameter set has already gone through, we're set. And we can look at any variable that we have. Right now, person is an object, but the first name and last name have not been set. So let's go ahead and set person to something. And my button, I guess, doesn't have a name on it. It's just a tiny little button right here. But if I click it, it's going to go into this do something method. And now I can inspect person again. And first name actually has a value. So it is cool. We are able to see all of our properties and all of their values while we're debugging, which is nice because you don't know, you don't know.
You don't know what those values are when you're debugging, so the ability to do that's key, especially when you're trying to figure out, like, hey, why isn't this value correct when I'm running the code? You kind of gotta backstep, go backwards in time and figure out what went wrong, and like knowing those values is important, especially when you're on Blazor.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Well, let me go ahead and try it. I mean, there's no harm in trying it. I'm going to try adding a person form.razor.css, and I'm going to try and style that button. Do I know CSS? I guess. Okay. Button.
Do you?
Height. I'm going to give it a height of 100 pixels. I'm going to make this thing huge. A width of 100 pixels, and I'm going to give it a background of red. So let's just see. Let's just see if it loads it.
A background color.
Either way will work. But yeah, we'll do it.
Did they change that? What?
No.
Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Never mind. Background is just shorthand. Never mind.
Yeah. But either way, let's go ahead and see. Maybe I'm incorrect on this. Let's see if it loads it automatically.
Okay.
Oh, you know what?
Oh,
okay.
That's cool.
All
That's very convenient.
I was wrong.
That is really nice. Okay. That's
Although, okay.
That's really
All
nice.
right, let's do one more thing. And then, well, you know what? We don't have time. We'll get to it when we get back. I want to try adding another project, importing that project, and seeing if I need to load that CSS file. So, there's a. Do we have the link to it? Let me see if I can find it.
The link to what? The video?
The YouTube. The .NET conference. Well, I'll just post it.
I can post it. I can post it again.
Okay, yeah. If you want to do that, we're gonna post the links to the videos. So on the agenda for right now is the Blazor modern web development with Blazor and .NET 5. So I encourage you all to go watch that, and we'll be back when that is over at noon Pacific time. And at that point, I want to go over our content management system. I'm excited to kind of announce that formally for the first time. So
yeah, that'd be really cool. That's what this channel is named after all.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's we'll see you guys in a bit.
Yep. All right.
Bye.
Thanks.
Yeah. go.
Hey, we're back, and I hope you enjoyed the demo that Daniel Roth was given, and Javier. I don't remember his last name. Sorry, Javier, but they were given a demo, and you know, initially I'm thinking, well, okay, I didn't really necessarily learn a lot from that, but I think what that demo was more geared towards is people that have existing ASP.NET applications who want to switch to Blazor.
Yep.
And I think that's important, right? Because there's a whole bunch of legacy code here from years and years and years, and it's important to get those people moving on to the next thing. And I think,
Yeah.
even though they weren't showing off the shiny new things, that's what they were doing earlier. So, yeah, it was a good video. I liked it. One thing that I did like them showing is how you can add the Razor components using the component tag helper to an existing application without breaking any of it. So, definitely, if you are, trying to switch over your ASP.NET application, I would kind of watch that, make sure you understand how they did that, and then you can go ahead and start moving it over to Blazor. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing I wanted to go back to something that we were talking about before, and then I'm going to talk about the content management system that we at Modular.Dev have built for, for every web developer, but specifically for Blazor developers, because I'm a Blazor developer. And so the API around this content management tool is Blazor first, and then everybody else can still use it. So I will go over that in just a couple minutes. But I wanted to go back and talk about the thing that I was showing beforehand, and this looks kind of dumb, but there's a text box here, and I could put in Bob Smith, and it's updating the paragraph here. And I created this button. And I created that button with CSS isolation, which was something that they had talked about in the last Blazor video. So we got this button here, and we have personform.razor.css. And I had made the mistake of saying, oh, you need to put something in the index.html to reference that CSS. And that was incorrect. I was getting my isolations mixed up. I was thinking of JavaScript isolation, which you don't have to put in the index.html there either, but you do have to know the name of the file so that you can import it when you're using on initialized to import those JavaScript files. So I apologize for that, but that's good to know. Now I know. And I even tried making a shared external library project. So this simulates maybe a NuGet package that you're getting from somebody, and this also has a razor.css. And I was thinking, okay, well, do we have to reference this? Do we have to reference some kind of CSS file from here? So what I did was I put this external library as a project, and I put it on the person form right here as external library.component1. And if we don't have to, and I did not make any changes to the index.html at all. I did not add any CSS files. And I go ahead and hit run, start without debugging, and let's go ahead and go here. And you can see this component getting brought in from that other library, and it's got all the CSS there. So nothing, I didn't have to do anything to import that other than just reference it. So definitely a very powerful feature, that CSS isolation.
Definitely save you some time when it comes to getting CSS for different components, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, as a component writer, if you're writing these components, you don't have to worry about them forgetting to put in a CSS file reference or something like that too, which will save you support hours for sure.
Definitely.
So, okay, cool. I think that's all I want to go over as far as that goes. Definitely keep watching .NET Conference over the next couple of days. But as promised, I do want to go over the content management system that I use for Blazor and when that will be released. So let's go ahead and bring it up here. And basically what this is it's a way to organize your data and bring your data in to your websites from a content management perspective, right? So this is a website, and actually it corresponds to this website right here that I'm currently working on. So for example, we have events in here, and basically all I just go to events, and I go ahead and add an event, and I'm going to clean up some of these things before I release it, but we're getting awfully close here. So just wanted to show everybody. So let's say I'm in these events, and I come in here and I go ahead and change some of these things. I hit save, and basically what that does, and you know what, let's just go ahead and do it. I'm going to change this to home for the holiday instead of home for the holidays. And if I go to events here, you can see that it has updated. So this is basically a visual, think of it more like a visual database, right? So if you are a customer, if you are this customer that owns this website, you can now come in here, change all of this data, and not have to worry about the design of your site, which is very, very useful, especially if you are a developer. You haven't really had that many options in the past. You had WordPress, which isn't really developer friendly. I mean, it kind of is, but not as much as just having your own code base. So when we talk about what does the code for this website actually look like, it's a standard Blazor application. Let me bring it up here. This is the code for this application, and so when I have an events module, for instance, I would go to the events module. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Okay, I'm going to unpin that so we can have a little bit more room. When I'm talking about the events module, for instance, because we were just talking about that, I can go to the events module.razor here, and now I can do a for each, going through all of the different events in here and just kind of styling them appropriately, which is super useful. Now you can use Blazor, like Razor components, with this tool and kind of styling them and interacting with them in a normal kind of way that you would use any ASP.NET Core or Blazor application. And basically how it works is we're pulling in the data type here, and then we're pulling it in as a list of events, and all of this stuff is auto-generated as far as the types and everything. So if I go here, this type is auto-generated from the tool that I was just talking about. You come down here and you click code and you say download template. It will write a lot of those types for you. But what it allows you to do then is to pull that type in and just kind of mess with it and use it on your website. So very, very efficient and very, very easy to use, I hope, for Blazor developers. And it couldn't really be easier to do it. Really, all it is in the startup.cs, we've got services.add-modular.dev API. And this allows you to access all of the APIs related to Modular.Dev. Now there's some configuration that's done in the app settings.json. I'm not going to go into that because I don't want to show any secrets or anything like that because it is token based. Yeah, you do service.add-modular.dev API, and we'll have documentation for all this as well. But basically now from any kind of controller, you can inject that API service and do anything you want with it. So for example, I can add a form submission by doing API service.form_submissions.add submissions async. And if I go ahead and do API service dot, you'll see all the different things that you can interact with in your backend code using this API. So you got elements, email notifications, form submissions, website health, modules, all these different things that you can control from the server side, and eventually pull into your Blazor application. So I personally really enjoy this tool. I enjoy being able to come in here, creating my modules, which is my data types basically, allowing my customers, because I do websites, right? Allowing my customers to be able to put in their information, be able to put in their events, their board members, whatever, and just pulling that information down to my Blazor app. And it's been working really well. And we've been adding new things too all the time. So email notifications, if you want to have something on there that somebody can subscribe to email notifications, you could send an email directly from here. Website forms, they don't have any form submissions yet because it's a new website, but there's a lot more to it, and I'll go over this tool in more depth in a later video, but I did want to show it today because, if this is something that you think you can use as a Blazor developer, definitely reach out to us. We're kind of starting to accept beta requests. So if you think this is something you want to use, it's free for right now. We don't want to deal with pricing yet. We want to get feedback from the community. So you have nothing really to lose, except for perhaps time if you end up not sticking with it. But if you think this could be useful for you and for your customers as you develop web apps and websites, just go ahead and reach out to us on any of our social media profiles. They're linked in the description of this video and on our profile. And as always, we talk about our Discord. You can join our Discord. You can request access there. Just get in touch with us. I would like to join, or I would like to form a community for Blazor developers that everybody can feel comfortable coming to, asking questions, and hopefully we can make some pretty cool applications together. So yeah, I mean, did I miss anything, Aiden, as far as that goes?
No, I think just as a developer who's been friends with Dan for 2 or 3 years now, Dan has created a beautiful product here. When he first showed me this, I didn't quite understand it because it's pretty new to developing. But what this is very powerful because it really speeds up the development process. And even if you've never used Blazor, you don't necessarily even need to know a lot to create a website now with this sort of software. It's very powerful. It just really increases what you can do. And also, if you have customers that they need to update things, you don't have to worry about doing that yourself. You can save time. You can give them access to something where they can update it themselves. And if you look at the visual editor too, I don't know if you want to show that.
Yeah, I'll show that. I'm going to switch to a different website. This one's not live yet, so let me go ahead and switch to one that is live.
And if your customer isn't exactly like they don't understand how to use this tool, even the visual editor is so straightforward where, I mean, anybody could use this tool to update their website, like with that. So I think, this is a very powerful tool, and I think that the more you start using it, the more you're gonna love it more, for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think so too.
Yeah.
So the visual editor, what the point of this is this is an example of a website that we built, and you can click. Your customer doesn't have to worry about the modules and the data if they don't want to. They can just come in here. They can just click, this field. It'll say edit field, and you can change it right from here. You can change this. You can come in here and change most everything. You should be able to change from this tool. Now there is a little bit of integration that has to go on your side to hook all that up, but I don't think it's very difficult. In fact, I can show you right now how you do it. Basically, you have to put this this data viz element attribute on here, and you have to give it the ID of the element, and that's pretty much it. You have to then put what field that you actually want to edit when they click on it right here. So those two things, data viz element and data viz field, is all you have to do to get your website, which you can completely customize, by the way. We're not talking about some kind of a WordPress or Wix or Squarespace where you are kind of boxed in by the template, right? You can develop your website however you want to, and you can still get it back into this tool, and you can use Blazor, and it all works. It works great for everybody because the client loves it. They don't have to worry about the design of the website. I've heard many of my clients say, "Oh, well, I can edit my data. I don't have to worry about messing anything up." That's exactly right. So.
Yeah. Definitely from a perspective of a developer who has tried out WordPress, I had a position I was applying for a while ago, and they asked me to use WordPress, and I'm this guy that knows tons of HTML and knows how to style everything myself, and I'm going to WordPress, and I'm like, this is awful. I don't know how to style anything. This is a mess, and it's very boxed in. Versus this sort of tool, you have those development tools completely, you have full control of the website, and at the end of the day, you decide what you want your usable to edit. So they don't mess anything up, so they don't, nothing gets messed up, and that's really powerful for any developer to finally have control over the code while still being able to do it in a very simple and easy way.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Aiden. Yeah, I appreciate that. And at the end of the day, what do we want to do as web developers? We want to give our customers the best tool that we can give them, right? We want to give them the best website so that they can get more customers for themselves. And, being able to allow them to change it themselves, but also give you still full control, I think gives you the best of both worlds. I personally think so. So yeah, like I say, if you want access to the beta version of this, just reach out on our social media platforms, or go into our Discord. We have that linked as well. We'll get you access to it. Not a problem. It's not like we're going to say no. So go ahead and request it. We'll be happy to do that. Anything else that I missed? Anything else that you want to go over with .NET Conf? Anything else that we want to talk about?
No, it's been a full almost 5 hours, and I feel like we've done a lot. I think that's going to be it. What do you think?
I think so. Yeah, if anybody has any questions, go ahead and ask them now. Otherwise, I guess I'll just go over the agenda for the rest of .NET Conf, and you guys can kind of look and see if there's anything that interests you. You got porting projects to .NET 5. That's a big one. That's going on right now, in fact. Entity framework, that's a big one. If as far as database access, modern web development with. Oh wait, those already happened. Sorry. Xamarin's going on right now, and developing and deploying microservices is going on next. .NET 5 SDK. F# 5, that one I'm interested in. That one actually. I don't do a lot of F# development, but it's kind of, I don't know. Have you ever heard of F#, Aiden?
I think we talked about once or twice. I'm not familiar with what it is anymore, though.
Yeah, it's like a functional programming language, and actually a lot of things from F# are coming into C#. So that's kind of cool to see.
Okay.
ML.NET. This is a cool one as far as machine learning. So if you're interested in that, check that out. But yeah, go ahead and just check out the agenda. There's lots of cool things. I'll probably check out this GitHub and Visual Studio one, because we'll talk about GitHub. They were talking about GitHub Actions and code spaces and everything like that. So they'll probably go into that a little bit more detail there. So definitely. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed this. It doesn't look like there's any more questions, so I think we can go ahead and wrap it up. I appreciate you coming on, Aiden, and offering your insight. And
yeah,
cool.
I was glad to be here. Thank you for having me on, Dan.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, have a good .NET conference, everybody, and we'll see you next time.